Hello. What do I think about Bitcoin? I think it is a coin made out of bits. Bumbo want Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin like up today or something? Is that why it's being asked? What are my favorite chocolate stuffings? I like chocolate stuffed Bitcoins. When we left off, I was trying to figure out where even is the vertex shader for this guy at this point. This is a situation where I wrote this very simple shader system a long time ago that was meant to be a placeholder. Somebody else made a different one and then didn't totally replace this one. And then we've mostly rewritten the renderer, but obviously this one still works. So I have no idea what's going on at this point. Okay. So now, do we define this? Like, we didn't have a material system when I wrote this. And now we do. Let me just try this. Can I even see? It's probably going to be a disaster to try this. Okay. So you can see everybody is flat now, which is actually what I was trying to do, but I wanted 1 minus. Okay, so if I reset, they die and they shrink down, they deflate like a balloon, and then they Z fight. So this is just a placeholder for an effect that'll happen later, right? Okay, so first of all, we know that the Z fighting is going to be a problem. So we're just going to put that factor in. I hate that it takes so long to rebuild all these shaders, but whatever. Okay, now they're sort of just Z fighting with themselves. I guess 0.01 is not enough to prevent that. Oh no, now they're completely flat, right? So what we really want, instead of, we want this, mix 0 to position.z by this. And instead of 0, oh, okay, actually let's go, actually it was times equals this, right? And instead of that, we want to go times equals mix, and we'll get rid of the 1 minus. We'll go mix from 1 when effect is 0 to like O.01 when effect color is 1, right? And then we'll get rid of that. Hopefully mix is the right thing. Uh-oh, I see an error. Ambiguous overloaded. Okay. It's frickin' can't handle it. GL can't handle the truth. Okay, better. Better. So now they die. They deflate like a balloon. And then we're going to want to do something with the color. Why did we do that? I'm not sure this is worth it. I like the old version of this level better, maybe. Oh. Anyway, we're not gonna solve levels right now. Why is this one? Oh, these aren't even real levels. Wait, are they? Am I playing real levels? No, I think I'm playing test levels. Gosh. I went to a random level that used to be a real level, but now it's been demoted to test levels. And then I was playing things that weren't right. And I was like, wait, what? Okay. So we're just... Now we're loading bitmaps in a debug build or compiling shaders or something. Okay. So here, for example, I could push this guy. And then, bam. And they go, all right. It's great. It's totally great. It's AAA video game special effects. Okay. I'm trying to find one where I kill lots of monsters. There's these ones that we just sort of did. This one. Where's the one where there's a bunch of dragons? We reordered the levels at one point. So like this one involves killing this dragon here. Except I need to do it in the other order first. I need to do this. And then that. And then bam. Okay, so we have verification. This works on the dragons as well. Okay. Great. These ones, monsters don't really die. There's one particular level I'm thinking of that I... Huh. Did we take that level out? What's going on? Did I not notice it? Anyway, this level has dragons that breathe on each other. Ah. Okay. And then, what do we do? Well, clearly I could do this. I forget how to solve this one. Oh yeah, I could also do this. That gets the priest out. And the priest means the wizard could get out as follows. And then that toasts those dragons. Okay, so I think I just want to add some pixel shader to it, which we could probably do while I'm on this level, right? Due to miracles of modern magic. So let's just go It's in here, right? So effect color.w we're going to mix from base color to vec3. This is totally random, comma, effect color.w. All right, so let's see. Oh, well, you can see the dragons on the top are gray there, the ones that are dead. But so now we have wizard come in, go there. She goes boom, and they're ashing down and going gray. But you could still see what they were in case you care. And then we could just roast these in pairs, right? So we actually could use her to block. Whoop, not like that. So we swap that. He comes over there. Actually, that's not good. We need more space. Oh, okay. She can go there. He can go. Dang it. We'll make this work somehow. I could have done something much sloppier. It would have been fine. Okay, so we go there. He goes there. Swap, swap. They die. And then I mean, you can basically win this whole thing with the wizard, right? How do we get this one? I mean, we could just block it. I mean, we can just be lazy like this. All right. And then, of course, we could push these and go rawr. Okay. I mean, that's good enough for me. For now. We're not going to ship that effect, but it's like good enough. All right. Oh, I was going to do a Benny test, but the dual use of the Benny test would be to find out where the log messages are coming from. Because we're going to work on the console today. And when we log stuff, we are not outputting the source of the log message. So we want to do that. Okay, file right. So the location let's see. Okay, so since the log information is new, I don't even remember it yet. Log info. So we should have that info. Yes, we do. So if, oh, we have a location. All right. So file is something like find character from right of info.location.fully pathed file name. And then line is line number. So I think this is like find character from right, but people kept changing. People on the team kept passive aggressively changing my string functions. So I don't know what they are anymore. And I haven't gone through and done, that would be a good project sometime soon, is to do a revamp. Split by character from right, let's do that. Path. Found split by character from right and I believe we already convert backslashes to forward slashes by this point. All right. Okay. Let's just see. So this already, when I go to the log file, okay, we should, we definitely are printing this, but we should probably put a little bit more space and maybe some parentheses around it. Um, I don't know, something like that. It's going to be a little messy no matter what. We could put it in the front like we do with compiler error messages, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the most important thing. That's better. And then, of course, those do not show up in the interactive version because we're going to be able to hover over and see them if we want. But we do not yet do that. Okay. Now we could make a Benny test. Really, the dude's eyes should not glow when he's dead, right? We'll take care of all that later. They just deflate like balloons, man. All right. Yeah, let's make a release build. Take a year because we're using LLVM. And we'll do a Benny test. And that'll make sure that the shader stuff didn't break something weird. And it will give us then a log file that we can use to categorize some things. And improve the console. Great. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's some levels I haven't played yet. I better play them. It's been a while since I designed any levels, so maybe I'll do some level design at some point. What do you do if you have some interesting philosophical ideas you want to explore, but it's not clear how to put them into game form? Well, see, that's kind of a bad way to go. If you don't know how to put the ideas into game form, then maybe you shouldn't. At least not yet. Maybe someday you have a better idea, or maybe you never do because they don't fit. How many levels are there? There's like 700 levels. We'll release the source code of the game, not the whole game, probably no. But we are releasing the engine and some minimal gameplay code, as I've said many times. How are the levels going to be grouped? We are going to do a good job of being game designers and artists. So if your question is, are we going to put a bunch of levels in a bag and throw them at people? No. Can I show or explain how the level draft becomes beautiful? Well, it's just the draft levels with the big cubes are just things that are easy to edit and that we can do. It's so in video games generally, there's been this idea for a long time called gray boxing, which is where you build versions of your levels that you can play test without worrying about how they look, because making things look good is often a great deal of effort, and you often don't want to start doing that effort till the level is at least somewhat final. So this is just our way of doing that for this game. You know, so you figure out where the cubes go, you set up your different gameplay entities, and then when it's time to make the level look nice, there's just a whole bunch of other little entities that are decorative that the level or the artists can put all over. What's the reason for building a custom game engine plus language? Because if nobody does that, then civilization will die. That's why. Amen and a women. Okay, so just like that guy falling in the water. That's what happens to civilization. I am not sure. Are we rendering at like really high res? Like the frame rate went down lately. I think it might be because the window is actually freaking huge. Like it might be rendering at 4K right now. Let's look in the log. Oh, no, we're running at 1440p, which is a little bit high, but not that bad. I don't know, something happened to slow us down. It's fine. We're getting off OpenGL eventually anyway. It's all good. Okay, so I'm going to save this log just in case it gets written over by other things. And we're going to use this after I check in. We're going to use this to categorize stuff in the console because we made this console that has all these different tabs for different topics. We're going to want to fix this too. All sorts of things. So the next step in me working on the console is telling it for all of these locations which tab that goes in, right? So we just had the test run over all the levels. It gave us 4,000 lines of output, so I don't know, that'll be a lot. What are the control M things? So we are running a process and capturing the output. And I guess when we do that on Windows, we get like carriage return line feed or something awful. And we don't strip it out. So we probably should. Okay. Well, let me check in what we have. Monsters go gray and flatten over time when dead. Log messages in log.txt have file and line attached. Okay, I am going to run downstairs really fast and grab a food delivery that is there. Okay, back in a minute. Back in a minute. Will there be a free camera mode? Probably not, no. We might add a little bit of camera freedom, but you don't want to give people a free camera in a game like this because it massively increases the amount of work that you have to do. Did I notice one of the goblins that disappeared after flattening? It might have been on a surface that was a little bit higher up. Or something, I don't know. That would be my guess with my brain not having a visual of what level that is. We'll be right back after these messages. Okay, everybody, I am back. I need to put the food away for a second, but I am back. What is my scientific opinion on piffles? I think you know. How do you organize the grid in data structure terms? It's just not that big of a deal is the answer. For a game with grids this small, you don't really care. It doesn't matter. Wow, really no questions. Okay. Great. Everybody knows everything. Awesome. I'm just going to refrigerate the things that have to be refrigerated, and then we will continue. I didn't answer your question. Well, it must have been a good question. What are the tricky parts about building an in-game console? I don't know if there are tricky parts. It's just deciding what's the most useful. I mean, an in-game console is pretty easy to program relative to the other parts of a game. Would I say it has been harder to program the language rather than the witness? No, games are way harder than programming languages. Are at the point with your game where the pile is only getting ever bigger. Any tips? Yes. That is a well-known point. You just have to keep going. You have to turn up the gas, man. You just have to get through that time by doing the things, really. Like that's all there is to it. How worthwhile would it be to invest time in making graphics debugging a smoother process? You mean for me or for you or what? Do you ever need a BVH? I have not. Does the in-game console have a more complex syntax? No. I'm not a fan of scripting languages. It does not have a scripting language. It's just straightforward commands. Are games harder because of all the state management? No, they're harder just because they're very complicated. Like, games need to do really, really a lot. All the memory management logic stuff for a programming language seems way harder than making a game. What? What do you mean by memory management logic stuff? And what do you mean in such a way that you wouldn't have that on a game? He thinks I have a garbage collector. Yeah, I definitely don't have a garbage collector. What is currently the most complex problem in Sokoban? Just dealing with how much of a pain in the butt it is to put graphics on the screen in the year 2021. Sometimes when you do game design, you're stuck because you don't know what to do in the immediate future. It's like seeing the other side of a river but not knowing how to build the bridge. Well, I mean, can you think of something to do, or do you literally have no idea? Like, it's okay if you do some design stuff and it's not the optimal perfect thing because you're gaining experience in the area, right? If you literally have no idea what to do, then you just need to work on your problem solving skills. Because when there's a big task that looks complicated, the way to solve it is to decompose it into smaller tasks, right? That are more tractable. And if those are too big, you apply that again and again, right? So you just need to learn how to do that. That is a super valuable skill. It's something that good programmers know how to do as well. Yeah. What's the most complicated part of Sokoban? The graphics or transaction system? The graphics. The graphics. Do I think problem solving is more important than knowing programming languages and libraries? Way more important. Most of that knowledge is garbage knowledge that'll be obsolete in 5 or 10 years. This stream is now once again sponsored. I killed the audio? No, the audio's there. I don't know what you're talking about. You have a lot of ideas of things to prototype to achieve your goal, but you have no idea if those ideas are good until you implement them, and that takes a lot of time. That is a real problem. There are at least 2 things you can do. 1, get faster at implementing them. 2, get more efficient at implementing less and being able to draw more conclusions from those things. 3, be better at knowing what is the most productive thing to implement in the first place. And all those things you can improve by experience. Do I believe that everyone can be a programmer at least to some degree, or is it only something certain people can do well? I don't know anymore. Because I think most programmers, most actual people working as full-time professional programmers are terrible at the job. So it's just a weird question to me. Like we're already way past the point where most people doing it are not doing it well. The question is just, is that fixable? Which I don't totally know. I don't totally know. Is problem solving described systematically? Are there books you can recommend? Splitting into problems, smaller problems seems like only a small... No, you're wrong. It's the entire picture. If you can split a problem into smaller problems, then you win, period. Well, you have to actually then execute on the solution. So there's 2 steps. But that's it. Sometimes for particular problems, it does involve creativity or imagination or background knowledge or something to know the best way to split the problem. But you can always split the problem. Come on. Any advice on debugging highly geometrical things? I've been struggling with debugging some edge cases in collision detection. Saving through it in debugger doesn't really tell you much because you can't really visualize a vector disk from the numbers. Drawing them in world space only really tells you the state at frame boundaries. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Sometimes it is actually worth doing really a significant amount of programming just for debug visualization. Sometimes it's not. Like if the programming that you would have to do is changing very rapidly, then the value of that goes down. But if you feel like the debug visualization you make is going to last for like a month or longer, it's really worth putting in that effort. Because not only will you solve the bugs that are the problem right now, you'll notice stuff going wrong that you never had any idea was wrong. It's really valuable to be able to see your system. How do you level up as a programmer who's been primarily working with web frameworks? Stop doing web programming. Web programming is bad. It will make you a bad programmer. Stop it. Work on other things in other domains. That is step number 1. It's like saying, how do I become a better athlete when what I do is I sit around with all the guys on the couch with the bags of Cheetos and we practice throwing the Cheetos into each other's bowl, which is kind of like playing basketball. And it's like, no, you got to get up off the couch. Into each other's mouth, maybe. That's too hard though, because your mouth might move. So it's into the bowl first. You feel there is no way out of web because you applied for one job and didn't get it. With an attitude like that, yeah, you're going to have problems. If I found the Is Computing Science paper. I feel like I did, and it was actually, shoot, now I don't remember. I read so many things that day. There was one thing where I found something in a journal, and it was actually very short. It like wasn't actually a full paper. It might have been that. How do I personally go about learning new things? I mean, I just have so much to do that if something is relevant to what I'm trying to do, I learn that. And if it's not, then I'm probably too busy to learn it right now, unfortunately. So I'm not really learning as many new things as I have in prior parts of life just because I'm so busy. I am not a fan of unions. I have never seen a union that I thought was good. But maybe there is one. I don't know. If I read the paper, Architectural Styles and the Design of Network-Based Software Architectures, no, but it doesn't sound good. How do you handle burnout? Take some time off. And make sure when you work hard, it's efficient and that you succeed. If you don't succeed, your burnout will be much worse. I don't see unions as being necessary in the current environment. If you're talking about programming, like, dude, Google and Facebook kind of workers are the most overpaid, coddled workers in the history of basically anything. It's insane. I don't like horror games. No, the pandemic is not influencing me as a creator, apart from the way any event influences anyone. Amazon Union? I mean, I do not find the press trustworthy, especially when they report on companies like Amazon. the things that they report do not seem truthful relative to the actual facts that I know. So if what you know about Amazon workers is what you read from the press, I wouldn't believe it. If you have some firsthand experience, on the other hand, that's probably more than I have. So you always have, Google had top tier engineers since they could hire anyone they want. So what happened with Google is what happens with basically every company that grows. In the beginning, they probably hired, for the most part, highly skilled people. And then over time, the quality level degrades until you're basically hiring anyone. Are there large effective software companies? I mean, it depends on your definition of effective, right? Like Google is definitely effective at getting search revenue. They're not effective at writing good software in an efficient manner. So it depends on what your metric is. Okay, let's go back and look at this log. Oh, you know what? I should have drawn the whole path. Anyway. The Chrome authors are skilled. Chrome is notorious for the browser that did, what was it, 20,000 mallocs every time you press a key. And that was like 8 years ago, back when the skill level was higher, 50,000. It was something like that. Oh, they really like malloc at Google, man. You guys don't remember this? Let's see. It was 25,000. 25,000 allocations are made for every keystroke in the Omnibox, which is the main interface of the browser. I think they've made that somewhat better since then, but you know, like imagine how much code there even has to be. Never mind the fact that there's 25,000 allocations. How much actual other code does there have to be for every keystroke? How well does the Brave browser handle? Brave is just like a wrapper around somebody else's browser, as far as I understand. Windows desktop icon arrangement is n squared, so when there's 1,000 icons at 30 seconds hang. I'm not surprised. Like, guys, you have to remember the pool of people who can actually create software from first principles is shrinking at an alarming rate, right? So when you read so and so released a new web browser, just assume that it's not a new browser, that it's a reskin of somebody else's, because that's probably what it is, because almost nobody can make a web browser anymore. The way all new OSs are just a reskin of Ubuntu, basically, yeah. Like, guys, Linux is officially 30 this year, something like that. The first public, like Slackware was 1991, I think. So Linux is older than many people in this room, but the pool of people who can actually make a new operating system is very small. Is it shrinking, or is the number of bad programmers just eclipsing the number of good programmers? I don't know. I mean, when I was at Berkeley, before the web was really publicly known, in one of my offices, I sat next to a dude who just made a browser by himself. It had a scripting language and images, and it did everything. It did all of HTML at that time, which was clearly simpler than today. But one person just did that. You don't see that happening today. No one can make Linux. It has too many security hacks that we rely on. But Linux is, you don't want to make Linux. Linux was the best idea that one guy had 30 years ago about how to do something. If you were going to make an operating system today, you should have a better idea about what it would be. You don't want to copy Linux. You want to do something that learns from all the security hacks in Linux. And like, okay, let's make it so we don't need all those, for example. Serenity OS guy does everything by himself. But Serenity OS, isn't that just a fork of Ubuntu also, or whatever? Or is that, which one is that? Serena Williams. Oh, this thing. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Yeah, no, I mean, cool. If this is an operating system from scratch, that's great. I really don't think much of the visual style. Oh, I guess he is making his own kernel. That's cool. Okay. So I respect it mostly. I just don't respect the visuals. Oh, yes. I was thinking Elementary OS. You're right. I was confusing Serenity OS and Elementary OS. Do you like the 90s look? Yeah, I really don't. I mean, there are ways in which it's significantly better than many interfaces today. But the thing isn't the right thing to do isn't to copy the old thing. The right thing to do is to look at what was good about the old thing that we have lost in the new thing, and to make a thing that has the advances of the new thing while getting back what we lost from the old thing. He doesn't have my art team. No, I could do a nice looking desktop by myself, guys. That's not hard. You don't need an art team for that. You just need to pick some colors, and you need to like draw some gradients, and it's all fine. Why would you want to build a new OS? Because if nobody can build a new OS, then society collapses. Why would you want to build a new bridge? There's plenty of bridges. Why would you want to build a new building? We have buildings. Like, okay. Anyway. It doesn't matter if society collapses. Okay. Now I know now I know what to think about the other stuff you've been saying in chat. I will ascribe them the same weight that I ascribe to it doesn't matter if society collapses. Now I know where you're coming from. Okay. I kind of have, there's a little bit of an issue in the sense that I want to categorize stuff by location, but then there's also the question of whether the content flag is set. Like if, maybe I should have two arrays, like if the content flag is set, go to this one, otherwise, yeah. Okay, let's not worry about the content flag yet. Content flag is sort of says, hey, this error is more for modelers or whoever. It's not really for programmers. Yeah. Okay, let me warm up some tea and I'll start doing this. Actually, no, you know what? We need some neurons. So this stream is now sponsored by NeuroGum. And then I will also have tea. Okay. Catalog. No, not catalog. Logger. Both of those had the word log in it, so I confused myself. Okay. So we set up a bunch of, no, console. Guys, I got to get my head in the game today. All right. Console, we have these topics. Okay. Dang it. Okay. Relevant path words when programmer if entry and entry.info.common flags and content array equals content. Okay. Now we just iterate over the array here. And then if we didn't, let's just say content flagged. Okay. Now, let's not worry about it yet. I was going to say, hey, if it's flagged as content, but we didn't match it, we'll put it in a special content error page. But I'm not quite sure that's right yet. We'll figure that out in a minute, in a while. Okay. How do you pick a naming convention? Pick what you like the most. That's what I did. Okay. So we pick the array based on whether it's content flagged. Okay. We have to still, this won't compile yet. This is not the right way to do this. I mean, really, maybe the way it is I'll try it this way. You could imagine that instead of having two arrays for each of these console topics, which is one per page of the console, instead of doing that, we could just flag some pages as content only and the other pages as programmer. That might be a better way to do it, but let's just see how this plays out. Like, I just want to see if I end up I actually don't want to have two different arrays. This sucks. I could pass a flag. Instead of being an array of string, it could be an array of struct that has a string and a flag. And the flag says whether it's content or not. I don't know, guys. I will get triggered if I read chat. You're correct. Why do I want two arrays? Well, I was thinking that I wanted flexibility. Okay, part of the problem is it's hard to think about this clearly because when we did this log, I actually didn't write out whether these had the content flag set or not. I could probably guess whether it should be set or not for any of these. Most of them, the answer is no. I'm just trying to figure out what's a good approximation to what we're actually going to want. And the problem is, like, sometimes you don't know what you're really going to want because you just haven't been using something close to it yet. Do I need the flexibility now? Not really. You know what? Let's just ignore the content flag for now. I'm going to undo literally everything I just did. We're going to ignore the content flag, even though it's there. And even though we expect it to be useful. We're just going to do what we can do absent the content flag, and then just see how good it is and what we actually want. Because that is like, sometimes you just need to get closer. You know? Okay. So, also, I didn't write the full path here. Which is good, like for the purposes of longer term, it's good. But in the shorter term, I actually have some things flagged by subfolder, and I can't tell what subfolders these are in. Except that I know shader GL is probably, you know. Okay. Shader GL is probably in one of the renderer folders. Okay, rendering engine, we're going to say Windows, that file, I'm just going to go down. I guess anything in main can go there because it's relevant. It's totally legal to have stuff go to multiple windows. In fact, all already gets everything anyway. Save is going to be gameplay engine. We'll call that tests. Scrape map is rendering engine. Where is that? Is that here? Scrape map. Yeah, that's going to be rendering engine. HUD is just sort of general. That could just go to all and be ignored. Save, scrape map, test, shader GL. See, right away, with those 4 files, we've done a lot of things. Light probe, that's rendering engine. Oh, is that? Light probe, yeah, okay. I don't know why we're outputting all this scrape map stuff. It was probably important for the 2 days when Ignacio was working on that. Okay, that's already probably being set to animation catalog. That's in animation subfolder, so it's handled. Tests, did I put tests in gameplay engine? Yes. Shader GL, that's going to be in a renderer subfolder. Okay, these skipping stones, let's make sure that that's error. And actually, for logging to a file, if it's an error or warning, let's put error or warning before it. Because again, that's something that in console causes it to be redirected, but in the file, we don't have that. So here, so if they said error, we do this. If they said warning, we do warning. When language is out, how do you control the direction in which it goes so that it doesn't become another C++? Well, don't treat it like C++. C++ actually seems kind of unique, right? I mean, how many other languages went the C++ way? Basically none that I could think of. So it actually must be quite easy to avoid being C++ because no other language became C++. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of the same files. It's actually good news for me being lazy. A lot of the same files. We're going to have to fix this received in non-cardinal direction today. Today is the day that that gets fixed. I hope. Catalog materials not able to find asset. That should be marked error, but also we should probably put that in modeling. So this is where it's like, okay, if it's from catalog and it's, see, we actually kind of care which catalog it is. So maybe though, yeah, maybe catalogs should know whether they're content or programmer catalogs. That could be a thing that we do. Okay. Triangle mesh failed to load mesh. Non-cardinal direction. When we do the non-cardinal direction, oh, we could just check that in the log. Quick redirect, right? That's a level that does it a lot. Quick redirect. Do I or will I use GLS lang for converting GLSL to HLSL? I don't know. I don't care. It's all a big pile of garbage. We will do whatever reduces the height of the pile of garbage and gives us the best result. I don't know that we've determined that at this point. It just makes me very angry. So I don't even want to think about it. Because it's such a giant waste of time and a waste of so many people's otherwise productive lives. Okay, wow. Well, I mean, I guess there's not that many different log messages happening. I probably missed a lot, but what we could do is run another Benny test, and then I can look at what ends up in these windows and just sort of see how I like it. Also, for the non-cardinal direction, let's see if we can make that a little more elaborate. We don't have... see, this is a leaf function. Oh, we're actually doing Print stack trace. Oh, Lordy. Let's not do that. Let's log the stack trace. We're doing a whole stack trace to console. Okay. So, print stack trace. I mean, maybe I should just have it be log stack trace. We're literally just going to change the word print to log. All right, let's make a release build. And we're going to run another Benny test and just see what happens. Maybe I screwed something up and we crash. Maybe we get better information in all the consoles and stuff. Oh, did I? Okay, hold on. Hold up. That actually might be very messy to log the stack trace there. We'll see. How's it going, everybody? GC is okay as long as you're not looking for performance. I would revise that to say GC is okay as long as you know you expect low performance is what I would say, right? You're not going to accidentally get high performance with GC. You will get low performance, but as long as you expect low performance, then you're okay. What's the benefit of improving the in-game console this far in development? We have not yet gone into full production. So the size of team that we have had on the game so far is smaller substantially than the number of people we will have working on the game when we are finishing the game. And that means that this kind of thing will have a larger effect later. Also, though, this is useful for future games and for other people who use the engine and so forth. Having the language box every object is more problematic than GC. I agree, but part of the reason people do that is because it's GC friendly. Like, boxing is not something that you would really do if you didn't care about GC, I don't think. And actually, I'm not sure if that would be, if I would agree with more problematic. It might be equally problematic. Okay, so this is all. Oh man, what? Okay, so we have an assertion that's going off on line 475, and the buttons aren't totally working. Okay, this init scrape map, I think we're going to get rid of that because that is a useless log message. Test failed due to taking too long. Should say what it is. Okay, hold on. We're not logging. I thought we were supposed to be logging the call stack. We're not. Do we have multiple non-cardinal? I don't know what's going on. Okay, hold on. So, console, line 475. This was asserting. This is asserting when history.count is 0. Wait. No, we already test for that. Okay, we have to just debug that. That is just a thing. That is just a bug. That's fine. Test failed due to taking too long. Test of level whatever failed. Manager universe name. Yeah, see, the thing is, by putting stuff on an error page like this, we're taking the error out of context. But we actually want to put a lot of context in there. And I don't think that we want to hard code it at the site. I think we're going to do some trippy stuff today. We're going to start using some more language features in a way that might be a little bit scary, but we're going to do it. But first, maybe we should debug the line 475 problem. I don't know. Woof. Yeah, it really... so what happened is I ignored that assert, and now we're indexing beyond the end of the array. Or whatever. Let's just see what it has to say about itself. It's a release build, so this is not that good. Oh, wait, this is... font rendering. We're passing a null string. Oh, but that's probably, again, yeah, that's probably the console reading out of range. So we're passing a null string down to font rendering, which is no good. Okay, so we do need to fix that. So kind of what I want to have, okay, so all over in the game, you just have all these functions and they take the entity manager as a parameter, right? We could put the entity manager in the context. I've been thinking about that for a long time. It's a little bit scary because it's riding around invisibly, but it's totally thread safe and all these things. And you just have context.entity manager that you could use when you want. That's all fine. That's just a minor inconvenience, though, of passing fewer parameters, which isn't necessarily enough reason to do it, right? Like, I'm not a big fan. So one of the things that I've seen being an old dude is like, all these programming languages are like, hey, this feature means this code looks shorter. And it's like, great, but it's just like cosmetically shorter. And ultimately that doesn't matter that way. It's a little bit nice if you have to type less and have to read less, but like if you're paying a lot for that, invisibly, that's not good. And so I'm wary of that kind of thing and don't try to dive into it overzealously, right? However, we now have another reason, which is if somebody calls log, we want to know all sorts of things about it. We want to know what level was it on? What entity were we dealing with? All that stuff. And at the very least, what level was it on? We could easily answer by looking in the context in our own logging function. So for that reason, I want to do it. But before we do that, so I want to check in this log sorting that we have. But we need to fix this console amount of text bug before I do that. And it might just be that we're no longer handling like what happens if there's too many lines of console or whatever. So I just want to do a debug build and just see what's happening. And then we'll check that in, and then we'll use advanced programming language features. How are console messages stored? It's just an array of strings. Is there a view that is inclusive to all console topics? Yeah, it's called all. Yes. Okay. Like, people have to realize most of the things that you need to program are not worth thinking very hard about. Like, how our console messages stored is not worth thinking very hard about. Because, like, how many, you cap it at like 1,000 or whatever for interactive use, maybe longer, whatever. But like, computers are so fast. It's 1,000, how you handle 1,000 things simply doesn't matter unless you're just like really excessively inefficient about it. And so you can waste a great deal of time making all sorts of fancy data structures for handling 1,000 things when having them in a linear array would have been better. Now there's someone with a leaf blower outside again. Isn't that kind of the argument for garbage collection? No, not at all. I wasn't sure if I was capping it or not. Well, I may not be currently capping it, and that might be the problem, right? Let's actually see, because I wrote this code originally a long time ago, and then I just started attacking it last week and changing a lot of how it works. And okay, so we do this thing where we flow the text into flowed history. I don't actually know if we ever remove stuff from the top. I'm just going to make a debug build and see what happens without theorizing too hard. I feel like it will not take too long to reproduce because it was shortly after startup. Like, the Benny test is way slower here, but Look at those guys fading out. Aw. Okay. I feel like it didn't take that long. There we go. Okay, so array bounds check fail. Great. Index is what? 1. History is what? 1. Are we simply just... So where does index start? Oh, this is even drawing the highlights, because we draw highlights behind the text, I think. Where's index? Okay. Topic bottom line index is -1. That is not good. So that is obviously going to screw things up. Let's see how we handle that. Bottom line index. Clamp bottom line index. Maybe we just don't clamp it. So this is weird. So our clamp, I think, doesn't operate in a predictable manner. When things are out of, like, if this is 0 and we subtract 1 and it goes 0 to -1, it's supposed to go low to high. So I think it doesn't do something that you would want in that case. However, maybe the real problem is that we don't reclamp up here. Right? Let's try that. Because there we've asserted that it's non-zero. So it might be that the last time we clamped, like, we might not be clamping every time that we need to. Windows background task is probably worse than GC. Not really on a multiprocessor thing. I don't know why we're missing button events all the time. That's pissing me off. I might just be checking if button is down. So we're going to have to fix that. Eventually, so we have like 2 immediate mode user interfaces in this engine, and I want to consolidate them into one. One is sort of like, so I sort of had one that was minimal and loose on the witness, and then Casey came along and did like a more serious one that had tooltips. But like I didn't like some stuff about his formatting, and so I kept using mine. And it's going to be time soon. We might do a stream that's just about looking at that. But so these are sort of my fast and loose buttons, and I think they miss when you click like during a long frame, although I'm getting lucky right now. Okay, anyway, we're checking this in, and then we're going to do the current entity manager situation. I mean, it sure seems like we fixed the problem, though, for now. And I don't mind clamping every frame. It's like, it's fine clamping every frame. Okay. Like here, this catalog not able to find asset, this should provide more information about what it was doing at that time. Okay, anyway. Good enough for now. Let me look at the button presses to see if that's easy. That's pissing me off. UI button was pressed. In theory, that should work. So I'm going to, in theory, this is the right thing. It's just, I think this flagging isn't working correctly. Okay. Anyway, so that's fine. We're just not, so I'm not going to worry about that right now because like I said, maybe I'm not even going to use these buttons when we combine them with the other buttons. So it's not super worth it to me to worry about it right now. Okay. Console filtering has a bunch of new files added. I don't know what to, my brain is not in explaining English mode right now. Well, that's not worth using. If you get the current state, isn't it possible the state went from down to back up before you noticed? No, we're supposed to latch it for at least one frame. That's supposed to be the point. The point of this system is it's supposed to be robust to that kind of thing. And that is not happening correctly, I think. Okay. What do I even do now? UI button was pressed. All right, so I want to set the current entity manager. And then in the logger, we want to use that information. Maybe only for error messages. And I will write down what to tell the team about, because they don't know this stuff that I'm doing right now. Okay, so advanced features, part 1. Add context, current entity manager, manager schmanager, one frame. We're going to say I don't even know about that. Hold on. Oh, this is, okay, yeah. No, this is fine. We could do this for now. Now, the problem is sometimes we load a level or whatever. Oh, I think we say want I think we defer that stuff. No, we just call do one frame a bunch. We do it here. Let's just see. Advanced level. Who calls that? Transition does. Oh, but I think we reuse the same entity manager. The case when we don't is when we go to a different level set for some reason. Init level general. Okay. Restart current level. That's in player control. Amazing how much code I find that still uses long form enums. All right. Restart current level. Yeah, this is in read input. Read input. Yeah, okay, so that happens in there. May change entity managers, so be careful. Okay, great. And then down here we get it and set it. Do we ever free an entity manager? I don't think we ever call this. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, on those, on temporary things. Okay. How hard would it be to write a metaprogram that finds long-form enums? It would be easy. It would be easy. Just haven't done it. It'd be very easy, actually. In fact, we could just do it right this second. Are we in compiling shape? No, hold on. Why are we not in? Oh, because it's yeah. Let's just do that. So I called it current sometimes. Okay. Let's just get back into compiling shape here. All right, let's make a meta program that finds long-form enums. Let's just put it right in here. Now, some of them, okay, we're just going to find all of them. Some of them may actually be justified. Like finding the ones that aren't necessary is like an extra step. So first, let's just do where I'm looking for wait for my brain wasn't braining. Okay. So if we get a type checked message, we're just going to put it right here. We're just going to say for tc.declaration.expressions. By the way, here's one. For every expression, if it.kind is not equal to dot binary operator continue, if it dot type is not equal to enum continue. So we want a binary operator that's an enum. We'll say binary is cast code binary operator it binary dot operator type is not equal to dot continue, and then we'll report it, right? So we'll say compiler report how does that work? Found long form enum. And make location of binary and mode equals dot warning. Okay, that totally didn't work because it didn't report anything to us. Why not? Oh, that's do resubmit test. This is if'd out, guys. So that's me not reading the code. Mea culpa. Wait. This is not even, this is so old, it's not even right. Yeah, we got to go. There we go. There we go. Okay, look at all these long form enums that we found. Let's go clean some of them up. Oh, I was looking at the wrong number. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm also catching these, which is not. I'm actually catching all struct dereferences. So we actually want to put an extra constraint on the left-hand side. Okay, hold on. Let's put a little more constraint on it to narrow down the false positives. So where even are we? If binary.right.kind is not equal to an ident, continue. That'll get rid of these things from the middle. These are actually old and wrong. Actually, no, this is right. So we need to narrow this down, right? Because this has a value that's an enum, and it's a binary dot expression. But I guess the deal is the thing on the right. It's like if the thing on the right is constant. No, it's if the thing on the left is a type. Yeah. I think we just do that. Something like that. Okay, I screwed up. Type is not a member of kind. Really? Oh, right. Type left. Okay. There we go. So now I think we're only really finding the right ones. Now, some of them are justified, right? So like this one is actually justified because it's providing the type info, but a lot of these are not, right? So like this. Okay, let's just go do this. Let's just lighten up the source code a bit. Okay, great. I kind of want to find files that have a lot of them. This shader parser stuff, I don't know if we're going to keep it. It depends on what solution we decide to do. Oh, this autocast. I don't want to, okay, that's got an autocast from one type to another. I don't know why, so I'm not going to mess with it right now. Memory barrier info. Okay, now in a case like this OR, we can't actually do the replace right now on one of this. Okay. 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 Let's make sure I didn't screw anything up. Oh, see, okay, we still successfully compile. Oh, also when you subscript an array, you actually need it because it's like, how else would it know? There's a lot of these memory barrier infos. Render layer dot. We actually could check if this thing is inside an array subscript. It's just like, how fancy do we want to get, right? Anyway. Polygon flags dot. Shader parameter dot type. Bam, 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 bam. Well, that really thinned that out a bit. Do we still compile? No. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to comment this out so I could frickin' read for a second. Maybe it was this one. Let me just try. Okay, it was. I'm not going to worry about that then. Okay. All those array subscript ones were useful. Okay, text alignment. Material flags. Oh. Yeah. Button tech mode. Button tech mode. Input text flags. Nope. We need that one. I should make it so we don't need that for or. It's just a little weird. Okay. UI.button text mode. Wait, we did that, I thought. Material flags. Oh, I guess we got that. Wait. Did we? Yeah, we did. Key code. This file had a lot of enums in it. Shader graph. Oh, whoop. We needed the array subscripts. Okay. Great. We still compile. Shader graph probably has a lot of things. Input text flags. Bam, bam. Oh, key current state. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. How's it going, everybody? I'm doing relatively boring things, but sometimes these things are fun because it's like, oh yeah, it reminds me that we made progress in the programming language. I mean, this is a relatively small feature, but it's like, you know, we did it a long time ago. It gives us nice brevity. And when I first implemented it, I wasn't sure like how much we were going to want to use it. Does it make things more confusing and stuff? But the answer is no, it really doesn't. So, yeah. Whoops. So in these ones, you need it because there's no type information. So there's no way to know what hit level is supposed to be otherwise, unless you say the other way around. Anyway. Okay. Point light.type. Hold on. Manips. We're in manips. Manipsursor. Color panel. I think we did those. Let's rebuild. Oh, look at all these. So much code. Okay, let's just hit this one. Shader globals. Oh, why are we? Oh, yuck. See, these are auto-casted. which is like bleh. What is going on? That is ugly. That can surely be better, but I'm not going to touch those because they're casted on the outside, which means there's no way to know what type they are if you get rid of the enum because of this, right? I don't know why this is happening. I don't know what, I guess this is an enum that's being casted to like a GLU int or whatever. OpenGL is doing type erasure on it. Oh my God, that's so gross. All right. Let's do some of these. Okay. This could be auto-generated, but it's kind of not worth it for something that small. Okay. What webcam am I using? Yes, the Xbox Kinect version 1.01 triple alpha. Color target flags. Bam, bam. Why is there so much stuff in this file? Oh yeah, it's got all that. Okay. 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 Grabbing type. Great. UI button text mode. Oh, we already did that. The ORs need it for now. All right. Okay, will learning language like Rust make you a better developer if you've only ever worked with Node.js? Yes, by far. By far. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up some enum stuff that was overly verbose. That's all. More memory barrier. Okay. Source geometry. Only one. Falling. So we just have a lot of these that are justified. If I want to get fancier later, I can say if it's inside a subscript or inside an autocast, don't report it. And that would drastically cut down on these false positives. But I might be about done with doing this for now, you know. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Just thinning out our source code a bit. It's no big deal. So that stuff. Let's do it again. Make sure we still compile. Will enums not require enum name to be used? I don't understand that question. What is the library modularity model? Do you have explicitly marked exported symbols? No. What happens is you have basically three scopes. You have export scope, module scope, and file scope, right? So file scope, nothing gets out of the file. Module scope, nothing gets out of the module. Export scope, it goes to whoever exports it. And it just whatever scope is active when you declare a function is where it goes. And you use these little scope directives to do that. All right, well, that's great. Call mode. cull mode. Gonna clear. We're gonna do it one more time. Clear. Clear. Okay, all that stuff in shader globals is really gross. But I don't even understand. I don't even understand why those are enums. I don't want to look at it right now. Okay. Okay. I think we got a lot of them for now. Like when, oh. I don't know what file that's in. It's off the scroll back. It's off the scroll back, people. I'll be able to get it now. Whoops. I hope I didn't screw that. I feel like I might have screwed that one up. Oh, I did. Oh, I did. But yep. So again, there's no type here. Okay, however, this lets me see some new stuff here. GPU prof. Debug view type. Nope. All right. Uh-oh. I screwed it up. Told you I screwed this one up. Okay. Still. What did I do now? Comma. Oh, I just can't do anything right sometimes. All right. Great. Spicy. Oh, we've got more ERs. I hope this is exciting for everybody. Exit code. We could at some point allow array subscripts to have a type. But we don't right now. That's not a thing. And the giant massive shader globals. Grabbing. I'm like, can't we just... cache that? Anyway. All right. Okay. Just about done, I think. For now. What languages do we use for Braid and the Witness? C++. Wait, does that work? I guess so. Gamepad. Activate. Okay. Key current state dot. Look at all these we're getting rid of. We just have a lot of code now. I wish we had less code, honestly. All right, I think that's enough. Uncomment this to look for long form enum expressions, but you'll want to remove false positives to XX and subscript. Okay, that's great. Let's run some tests. because we changed modules. It would be useful to see how to eliminate the rest of the false positives. So basically, there's sort of two ways you could do it. So, right here, I just went over all the expressions, right? These expressions come in dependency order. So if you're inside an autocast or you're inside a array subscript, you'll have seen the autocast, or you will see the autocast or array subscript later in this same iteration. So like, instead of doing the print right now, we would just store this in an array of like, maybe these are things we want to report. But then later in the loop, if we see an autocast where the expression is something that we put in that array, or a subscript where the expression is something that we put in that array, we would take it out of the array. And then at the end, we would dump all the things. It's actually pretty easy. I could go on and just do it right now, but I don't want to. Like, that's enough for me right now, Is it the actual impossibility to use short enums and subscripts and parameters only a matter of speed? No, it's not just speed, but it's ambiguity. Like, how do you know what that identifier is supposed to mean? Even if you find an identifier, maybe it was typoed. Maybe they meant something else, right? Like, you don't know. The compiler doesn't know, rather. Okay. That's great. That actually has a significant chance of conflicting with someone else's work because I've modified so many files. But, well, got to do that once in a while. I'm going to warm up more tea water. And then what even were we doing? I was in the middle of working on something. We were doing console stuff. Oh, the context.entity manager. So we could use that in the logging. Do I mean array subscripts like that? Well, you couldn't write it like that because what goes inside the subscript right now is not a type, but rather a range. So the syntax would have to also allow you to put a type somehow unambiguously. Are we going to do trippy stuff? Maybe. Hopefully it's not that trippy and just good. You know what, guys, though? No troll. I think NeuroGum is probably really good. Like, I was feeling tired in a certain way, and now I don't. Why were some levels causing non-cardinal movements? That is yet to be determined. It is a bug on the list to fix. Okay. Okay. I seem to do. Wow. I seemed to do a little something with my wrist there that was bad. Like, I probably had it kinked like this when I was typing a lot, and now I get to wear the infinity gauntlet of left hand. Also, I inhaled sun chips in the wrong way. Don't do that. Okay. Doesn't SVN have issues with large binary files? No, it does not. It is exactly the opposite of what you said. It is way better at binary files than whatever source control you use. If I made a web browser, how would it be different from current web browser? I wouldn't make a web browser for the current web. I would start over with the web. FTP is better than Subversion for large binary. Look, if you say dumb stuff like that, I'm going to ban you. Or at least time you out. Like, I just don't have time for it. These are actually... First of all, I'm tired of the fact that everybody always comments on source control and editors and whatever. But second, just don't say stuff like that. I know it was a joke, but like, first of all, it's exactly the opposite of true. Secondly, I shouldn't have even responded to anything about source control because we need to cut down on this crap. It just makes me tired. That's all. And so when you add more to the making me tired in a way that exactly aggravates me, because I'm trying to explain, if there's anything worth saying about source control, it's the reason why I use this stuff the way that I do. And so when you when you spread false information, directly countering the one point that I would wish to make if I wanted to talk about this stuff, which I don't because it's very tiring, like, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Okay. You don't have to lurk, just like contribute positively. That's all. The thing I don't like about Perforce, I just said that I shouldn't say much about source control, but I'll say one more. Just anything that has a default paradigm of file locking is bad. Because you don't want to lock files ever. It's like multi-threaded programming. You don't want to have contention. You don't want to synchronize ever if you can help it, right? Sometimes you can't help it, right? And then you lock a file, but anything that locks by default, you shouldn't use. Visual Source Safe. Dude, I had to use Visual Source Safe professionally on a couple projects. It's not a good time. Okay. I'm going to go to the logger. This is out of date. All right, now I'm going to pour the tea. I want it a little bit strong, but not too strong. Not too strong for the tea. Uh-oh, and then I'm pouring it too much. I have so much tea. My cup overfloweth, literally. It's going everywhere. It's a disaster. But I wanted to pour the last bit because the powerful tea is in the bottom. Mop-up operation. Mop-up operation. Okay. So, Since we have an entity manager in the context now, we could report this in the case of so if context.entity manager, in the case of an error, we won't, for mundane messages, I don't think we'll report it for now. We might want to. We might want to make a flag that says, please report. But anyway, so okay. So I wrote down this level quick redirect. Now, if I test this, it should do some errors. Okay. Now, if I go to the log file, no, log.txt, no, not log backup. Level error, how's that? Error received null context in entity manager. Uh-oh. Really? Okay, we did get it some other times. Oh, wait, these are lol. Okay. This is when we're logging now this is when we're logging the stack frame. That's an excessive thing that we may not want to do eventually. But anyway, that's fine. We're going to debug that one in a bit. I want a different error though. So why do we have a null context.entity manager? Catalog materials was not, okay, that's easy to understand. But why do we have a null? Oh, because it's in restart current level. Interesting. All right. Oh, I don't need that. Okay. Okay. So we got some errors. Go to the log file and yeah, so all of these now have an entity manager. That's good. Okay. So when it's null, I'm just not going to print anything. And we will know what that means. Now the question is, do I start having a party with not passing around entity managers? Maybe. Like we could just assert, just to be sure, that anytime we call simulate, and then we could do things like not use it all the time, like update rover motion. I don't know. Is this worth it? I don't know. I mean, if we're just going to get it here, but maybe. Actually move rovers. I don't know. I don't know when it's worth doing this and when not, honestly. Okay, we had a couple more functions that I changed that update baby dragon. It's not there. Update baby dragon speech. Oh, it's in baby dragon. All right. Update baby dragon speech. Bam. And then update Lily timer. All right. So I just sort of broke the links of calling those things, but that it's not really saving anything verbosity wise, but that might be okay. Like if you don't break those links, then you can't take advantage of it. We'll just see where it goes. We'll just see where it goes. All right. Logger reports level name if context.entityManager is not null. And then we'll pass that to the console later and stuff. Okay. What kills the goblins at the level start? They attack each other. You just don't see it because we don't like do an animation for that yet. It will be more understandable in the shipping game. Okay. How are we doing? Do I take a stream break now or do I keep going? I'm really not sure. We could do more console stuff, but I kind of want to do console stuff later because it's a whole subtask. I could start a stream later today where it's like drawing both this entity manager information, but also the file and line information in a little like square that you hover over. Like that'll be fun. So there's just a bunch of one-off bugs that I could work on in the meantime. Let me just do a couple of those before taking a break. Okay. Let me just try to fix one. And it's it is the Zapper problem that was reported. So let me go here. Delete these. I'll get a Zapper. Zapper. And force field that is open. Knotted, right? So that force field is open. If I zap this, it should not go 2 squares, but it currently does. That is wrong. It should go 1 square. So that's just, that's probably a simple bug. Get zappable and blocker. Okay. If it's a gate, then is it just open? Is that what it's called? Open. Okay, I should fix it. Zapper, zap. Hey, look. Zap. Zap. Okay, but if it is closed, it should go to the other side. All right, so like zap there. Yeah, you can see the shadow back here that it did. We could like do this. Zap. All right, that is correct behavior. GG's, that is fixed. What about zapping a block when the block is in the force field? It should work. Let's test it. So that's in right now. I pushed it in. I'm going to zap. It should go 1 square. Yep. Yep. Very easy. Very easy. Okay. Another bug report that we have is the following. The following by monsters. By monsters. MTV Monsters Ball. Gonna have a guy. Gonna have Priest who is there. We're gonna have Panzer Dragoon who is there. And okay, so now if I walk under her, I will take her with me. No. Okay, weird. I had been told that that happened. So I'm not sure under what circumstances it happens. Maybe if there's like a block. Yeah, okay. That, she should be floating and not standing on the block there. So that's maybe something with yeah. Without the block, the warrior was in carrying animation. Yeah, he should be because otherwise his head would go up into the block. He like, okay, even if he's not actively carrying someone, he does that same animation to duck under things. So that's actually correct behavior. I actually want to sort of play around with a better dragon particle thing at some point. That could be fun. Shoop. Shoop. Okay. So, I don't know. Let's look in falling. Falling. So when we say supported, so can I see her supported by ID right now? No, we don't draw that in the editor. Dang it. I wanted to put a special mode where you could see things that are not drawn normally, but I haven't done that. Okay. So really what I could do is just this. Oh no, not there. Not in this level. I could just give myself more time from the startup, and I could say, when do we set supported by ID on anything? So I could slow down, I could do this. We could see just breakpoint when it happened, right? So now where is that, you may ask? And the answer is good question. Supported by ID. Maybe we don't actually set supported by ID, but I think we do. I guess there. Move transaction 1860. Update support. Let me just rebuild this with this in there, because Visual Studio doesn't really have breakpoint science developed. All right, 1861. Oh, okay, let's just not do that yet. We'll start. Okay. I'm going to do that, and we're going to see if that gets set. This is maybe her being supported by the flame or whatever. No. This is probably a rock, right? Rock. Okay, why? We're saying update support. We're saying is supported. So really, I gotta stretch my neck out a little bit. All right, let's do a little bit of a thing here. Before we set any state, we're just gonna, this is an old trick where we just redo the call that we did once we know that we care about it, and supposedly, hopefully, if that is pure function enough. Okay. So, profiling code. All right. We get the move information for falling. Now the thing is, this position is the current person's position. Which, okay. Oh, it's just guy. Okay. Can unify? Yes. Is it status flags? Where are the flags? Protected. protected by... I don't know why we have that on the base entity, but we do. I guess because that's where charmed and immune were. Oh, protected by. Okay. So, E protected by 0. Oh, no. Like there's a question about when do we update protection for the new thing. It should be before this, I think. Evaluate immunity. Okay. So I think we want... Why isn't it protected by yourself? That's what I want to know. Where are we? This is before figuring out the protect. Okay, I guess this might actually technically be correct. I don't know. Like it for order of evaluation reasons, I don't know. Like maybe it's okay if she lands on the block for like a microsecond. I mean, 0 amount of time, and then the state changes once we evaluate protection again for real, which we need to do because that might like change a bunch of status. I don't freaking know. So really what's happening is when somebody gets protected, they need to stop being supported. That might be, and then I'll leave a note about like, well, in this case, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ampersand E protected by, not bayou, down on the bayou, breakpoints, new. Data breakpoint 216C2 FA6E double C. Let's go. Invoke protection. Okay. Yeah. Really, in this case, we should not be supported by something. I think. Where was that? Invoke protection. Okay. Okay, let's see if that solves the problem. Supported by, is it called supported by ID? Yeah. Okay. Down on the bayou. Okay, can we tell if she's supported? I mean, she is supposed to be supported, just not by the block. All right, so let's put a dude who could push there again. And let's go. Whoa, what? All right. Hey, that's the right answer. That is not the right answer. Damn it. So you have some other problem. So, like, I don't get it. So, if she steps onto the thing, okay, if the thing goes under her, it's not a problem right now, but if she steps onto it, no. Is it like only if it's a player? Why would that matter? We're not supposed to be such amateur effing game developmentally delayed. All right. So we're going to go back to this place, this happy place. And we're now going to see what is happening now. Is network model planned? I have no idea what that means. Am I going to have some networking? Oh, module, not model. There will be something, yes. We'll see what it is. Okay. So I think we should do this again. And there we go. Except we already know oh, is it because she's already protected? Is it because we put that thing let me test this theory. Okay, what if there are two of these and she goes there and then he put, no. It's literally only if she walks on. Like, what? Was? Okay. This is a job for Data Breakpoint. I want to know what code sets that because that bothers me. So we'll do invoke protection. And reset. So she's protected. We're just using this. We don't care that she's protected, but we know this is the priest. So we are going to get her data breakpoint. 21013D37660. Invoke protection. Yeah, we don't care. Wait, really? Okay. But then probably invoke protection is happening after that. But when I go here, okay, we're going here. And then do we go to invoke protection? Probably not. That's my guess, right? But we do. That's our data breakpoint. And then we're back here. For evaluating falls. like, I guess we want, protected by to be a skip. I don't know. That might really not be the right way to do this. But that'll also reset the ID to 0 a little bit redundantly. We could see. Okay. Reset. Let's not worry about this. Let's just see if the bug still happens. She goes on. Oh, no. She goes on to him. He walks away. La, 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 la. That's great. Okay. Question is, did that cause any other frickin' problems? All right, let's make a release build. We'll see if we get drastically more than like 53 fails. If so, we'll investigate. But I believe this might be enough. Why is he still hunched over? I think it's just an old animation that hasn't been worked on. Like the ducking functionality didn't work for a while, like it wasn't programmed in correctly. And so there's not much the animator can do. Like if the engine doesn't make him do the things, there's not much the animator can do to like tune it, right? So now that it actually works, I think the animator's just been working on other stuff, right? How long does it compile? 17 years. This is the world's first programming language with a 17-year compile time. It makes you really focus on what you're doing and make sure it's good. Yeah, the release build is taking a while because LLVM is very slow at optimizing. At some point, we will have our own backend ability to generate a release build, and it will be much faster. But today we do not have that. What is it testing? So this is every level in the game with a human recorded solution, which is, you know, not even necessarily a direct solution. It might involve some fumbling and undos and all that. So it tests the undo system as well. And it tests the rendering, right? We're just making sure that everything, and of course, testing the rendering for these simple levels doesn't matter, but some of the levels are actually nice and have thousands of entities to make them look good. Some of them you see flash by really fast, but at some point you might see some that are nicer. Anyway, so anytime I make a significant gameplay code change, it's just a good idea to test the whole game like this. Especially before the rest of the team suffers from problems that I introduce. Is the eventual plan to replace more of the LLVM backends with our own? Yes, but only x64 in the short term. Is it possible to only unset the supported by on that skip fall part and not on the initial protected by? No. No, it's just wrong as it is. Like, we should turn off supported by when you become protected. Like, that's just like it might actually work out anyway, but I kind of don't like that. That would be a piece of fragility that I wouldn't want to leave in the thing. Should it all succeed? No, there should be about 53 fails. 54, something like that. If there are dramatically more than 54 fails, then we have a problem. Yeah, so this is, like this kind of testing is very useful. You can't really do this on every game. So on The Witness, we couldn't really do this because it's a player moving through a continuous space in an analog way. You just can't do this, right? But in a puzzle game like this, you can. Also, the fact that it's level based, right? Like in The Witness, you can't really test it because in this way, like you could record keystrokes and stuff. The problem is, as soon as you change one thing, if you just had a continuous test across the whole island, it would break everything after that. So you could like drop the player down in a location, play back a test for a piece of the island, but then you would have to do it from reset island state every time. Otherwise, if one test fails, it'll affect the other test. I don't know. In retrospect, maybe we could have done something a little bit like this. It would have had to be pretty different. Okay. How many fails? 57. That's about right. I'm not going to worry. Like the things that we just quote fixed might actually so the fixing the priest levitation thing might actually fix problems that were recorded in the playback. So that can account for additional fails. Anyway, the deal is at some point we need to pass over all of these. That said, it might also be that we introduced pathological problem. It's a little bit disturbing that all the wolf boat levels are failing. Oh yeah, okay, that's not even a priest level. Yeah, most of these don't even have priests in them, so it's probably not the cause of any. Why is Heroes 3.1v2? Maybe somebody edited the. Probably somebody edited the map. I'll just re-record this one. Oh yeah, I don't know. Let's see. All right. Let's go back. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I think it's just someone edited the level. I feel like this was just a timing fail. Let me see if I can figure out how to solve this. It's like, okay, there's basically no way to get the thief out without doing that. Now, how do I get the priest out? Oh, for this level, the rules actually changed. Okay, actually, let me get the priest down here. No, let me get the priest up where the priest was, or okay, there. There we go. So I actually want to, dang it, bro. Actually, okay, she could bring it down. All we need to do is sink that stone, I think. So she could bring, oh, no. So she could bring it down. Okay. No. Dang it. This game is funny sometimes. Okay, we're just going to bring that over there for a second. And then we're going to put it back. Yeah, there's like no... How do I sink the stone? Oh, well, no, we send it at the... Okay. Never mind. We send it... Okay. There we go. We send it that way. That lets us sink the stone. The priest comes here. We walk. There we go. Okay, so the solution to this was probably different before, but there was a rule change. No, don't do that. Run away. So she could cycle this down, and then everybody can go, except we want this. Okay, GG's. So that's failing, right? Let's actually re-record that now that I figured it out. Okay, so we go here. Actually, right? We do that. Thief comes here. We go here. We go there. Actually, we didn't need to do that. Dang it. Okay. We just need to get the thief out of the radius. Then she goes there. And thief can go there. And then bammo. And then bammo. Okay, GG's. So you don't need the priest to be a priest. That in this level, the priest was never a priest. The priest was just the trapped character. Right? Like, there's no monster here. So the priest can't do anything on this level. Where can you get this game? From the time travel from the future game importer Emporium. Okay. So we fixed a couple fails. That was a healthy thing to do. We fixed apparently the priest thing, although who frickin' knows? It might be broken. We'll cross that when we come to it. We have not fixed the non-cardinal direction thing, but I want to take a break, so that's going to be later. I have a no check-in of explaining, and actually, okay. All right. Great. Great. Did we do other stuff? Oh, yeah. Fix gate zap bug. Great. Great. Oh, we had another one. Oh, yeah, because we had that code that I put in for a minute. We don't want this. And then this can be there. Double check. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go raid somebody else for now, so I could have a break. When we come back later, we're gonna do this either this non-cardinal direction bug fix or the further console visuals, and probably both if it goes well. So that will be the thing to do. Let us now look for other fine people on the Twitch that we can send you to. Linus Tech still loves building computers. Space and Rocket Review. Pet Life. Chief Hacker. Data visualizations. What kind of data visualizations?
Warning. Yes, the median has been fixed.
Well, this could be fun.
Certainly.
I mean, I'm not thrilled about the political context or whatever, but I don't want to feed the partisan politics beast. Okay. Electron, no. Why don't I like political context? Because it is ruining the world, because it is all very low quality, regardless of what orientation you're talking about. It all now is, it probably has been low quality for all of recent history, but now it's low quality and incredibly high volume, and it's just destroying everything. Lazy Thunk. Will that make people lazy if I send people there?
I've just called it component pool here because it's
a component system, everybody.
It's actually like code that I'm refactoring as part of redoing this UI.
All right, be nice. We're going to go to Lazy Thunk, and we'll see y'all later. I'll probably be back on later today. Bye, everybody. See you later.